Can you hear me?
I'm talking to it.
Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Good evening.
Testing. Good evening. Welcome. Kesley, when you're good, we're good. There you go. All right. So we again appreciate you. Quick turnaround from last Thursday, and feel that we've had enough time to get through some of the proposals. So Terry's not with us tonight, so we'll start there with Rob as he's introduced himself to everybody, which will help us lead tonight. And your team, you good?
We're good.
Okay. All right. So what we felt was there are some open articles and MOUs on both sides. So we thought we'd start there.
Okay.
Then we do have Gretchen that we would like to work through a brief budget piece. We just want to do some updates on the budget because we do have a compensation piece for you to review because it was with us.
Okay.
With some updated numbers
Okay.
from our IT department. So we're in a better place there. And then just kind of set the template for the rest of the week or the rest of the sessions, if depending on how tonight goes.
Okay.
All right. So you have some things that you wanted to. You had some counters to the MOUs and to one of the articles. If you want to start.
Okay. So we'll start with the MOUs since those are shorter. I think that should be enough.
Okay.
This one is mainly dates. We just corrected in that first paragraph, you had April through June, but if you look at all of the dates throughout the document, it's really February through March. So we just corrected that. We were fine with everything until for one, required steps for early voluntary transfer consideration. We wanted the employees, you moved up the timeline from the end of February to the middle of February. We just felt, let's give people a full month to get their paperwork in order and submit that. We did want some clarification on number 2, where it says instructional employees are required to update their profile in AppleTrack. When we logged in, we weren't quite sure what you meant by profile. Are we having to fill out the entire application process again, or is it going to be a much simpler form? So we just want clarification on that. If you move to what was 7 is now 6, again, we just moved that date. You said February 20th through you've got the 14th on there. That doesn't make sense. Regardless, the end date, the early transfer process would be the employees have to turn in their application by February 28th, and then we're giving management a full month in March to then do interviews and all of that. We're fine with you guys moving up that date to March 29th? Yes. Oh, okay.
So that's why this is there. So that was correct.
Okay, sorry. That was my mistake. I read that incorrectly. So it should be June. Well, no, because the early transfer window ends March 29th.
Transfer window.
Yeah.
Once during the window.
Which the early transfer window ends March 29th. Yeah.
So you good with that? 6, which was 7.
If we change the window, I guess we need clarification on because in here it makes it sound like you want the early transfer process to be done with by March 29th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is why we added that date. I think maybe that was a mistake on your part for the June 14th. I don't know. I'm confused at that.
Because the June 14th was here as well. So, yeah. But March
Right, but
29th would be the end of the.
Yeah, because if you go to the last page where you guys had positions will be posted internally or externally after an internal candidate is not chosen from the early transfer process. from all of the dates that you presented, we gathered that was March 30th through what you guys originally had as June 14th, but we are trying to ask for July 1st. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, okay, so what we're trying to do is just an early transfer process that's the first window. That
Right.
would end, and I'll talk about the outputs, that would end in March 29th.
Right.
So then that connects to the principals
Positions being
going into their
posted.
budget building process, obviously the MOU with, and then an OO,
Uh-huh.
right? So we're trying to make sure, every principal knows what they have, who's transferred to them.
Okay.
So we'd be in a position to know what's still unfilled.
Okay.
Early transfer process there. Then the transfer window
Mm-hmm.
would then reopen that if you can still transfer, we had put down that date until June 15th, whatever it was. So that's what's at the end.
Right. That's the normal transfer.
Normal transfer.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
But last year, or prior years, the early transfer process also stayed open.
Okay.
So we were kind of juggling early transfer
Right.
process, regular transfer process, open postings. So
Right.
we're really trying to get to say if somebody wants to transfer, we feel there'll be enough openings. We have that window from February to the end of March. That way,
Mm-hmm.
when I go to budget, I know who's transferred to me because we've accepted, and what I can then open that then can be open for the rest of the transfer.
Right.
So then what we were asking is, you had said July 15th, traditionally been June 30th.
Right.
We were asking back to June 15th to try to see if we could get all of our stuff together to open up the new year.
Okay. So I think we are in agreement that if you give employees all of February to get their paper or fill out the new online AppleTrack, decide if they want to transfer, then we're fine with the early transfer interviews and that whole process happening through March.
Okay.
Then it's the normal transfer where things are posted and people can apply and whatnot.
Okay.
We if you guys are not amenable to July 15th, then we would want to go back to June 30th as that regular transfer. And then, well, yeah, it would be July 1st because the regular transfer period ends June 30th, and July 1st would be our limited. We changed it from no to limited transfer period on the very last page. We struck through interviews are limited to external applicants with the exception when it would be a lateral move. We just would like it to be after the start of school. If you want to transfer and you find somebody to replace your job, or they can wait till October 15th, whichever comes first. So we just got rid of it only being available to ILCs, guidance counselors, BDS specialists, and deans. We want everyone to be able to have that opportunity if it's a lateral move.
And so, can I ask questions?
Yes.
Okay. So and this is just dialogue, right? So you don't feel there's enough time prior to do that within the early transfer process window and then the regular transfer, that we still want to leave it open for them?
Well, I think
They should have the right to interview. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think your no transfer is saying that, let's say something opens. We've had, I would say at least 6 people that have decided after school has started at Tokoi that they are leaving the district. So if there's a person who's like, I want to work at Tokoi Creek so bad, and I haven't, there hasn't been an opening posted, and now there is one, if they can find a replacement at their current school, then why would we not let them move? Right? I get you not wanting there to be a domino effect, but either way, if the person transferring to Tokoi has to wait till October 16th, then that classroom is just going to have a sub for 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Right. And I don't disagree. I think like the data would show, there's always going to be growth, right? Mm-hmm. So certain areas are growing much quicker. Mm-hmm. So then on that domino, we want also to try to protect the schools that are a little bit more vulnerable. So some of your top ones are always going to be losing teachers, because of growth. And so part of it was just trying to
but the domino works both ways, you would argue, right? So like if someone from St. Augustine said, oh, I want to go to Tokoi Creek, well, that person from St. Augustine can't move either until somebody is found for their position. So if everyone has a replacement for them, why would we not let them move? Is kind of our thought process there. Okay.
All right. Go back to, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So we have transfer process. You want it to open up a little earlier in February.
Beginning at February 1st.
Okay.
Let's end it on the 28th.
and on the 28th. The interview and principals connecting and doing all that will run like we'd proposed till the end of March. Then you want us to look at go back to June 30th, July 1st,
Correct.
and then the language in the last bullet. Okay.
Correct.
All right. On the Apple Tracks piece, I think it wouldn't be a full application.
Okay.
So we would just, and we're going to build it.
Okay.
So,
And it'll be clear that this is for early transfer.
Yeah.
They will still be able to click on their desired schools in
yeah.
preference.
So in
Okay.
theory, we're building it. So it'll be a drop down menu and say, I want to go to this school.
Okay.
And so you may have to upload a resume if you want to attract the principal's attention.
Right.
But it wouldn't be a full application. It would be an early transfer process application.
Okay.
But we will build it.
Sounds good. All right. That's all we have for that one. The new schools.
I didn't know if it was me.
Okay.
So,
MOU, hiring, NNO. Yes.
yes, we left everything the same except for on the back.
Yes.
Since we are not putting this in the contract and you guys want to do an MOU again, right now, our current situation is that we have new schools continually opening, which is creating more and more positions, but we also have a lot of teacher vacancies. So G, we are proposing that it's not just professional service contract teachers that would be guaranteed an instructional position as a involuntary transfer if they don't find a place. It would be any instructional employee with a satisfactory evaluation, so highly effective or effective, would be involuntarily transferred if they were not to find an open position and their school was basically surplusing them.
Okay. So again, I want to make sure I'm clear. So any instructional employee that would have been listed as non-reappoint budget, is that?
Yeah, so G
The
originally
artist
said
woman.
that if there are instructional positions that must still be reduced at schools that are affected by the new school opening, you said that professional service contract teachers would be involuntarily transferred to open positions, but we wanted to make sure that it's annual contract teachers as well that have a highly effective or effective evaluation would also be guaranteed a job, and they wouldn't be non-reappointed for budget reasons. And then H kind of matches that. So we agree that employees who are non-reappointed for performance that are hired after August 30th would have a break in service and will be required to be processed as a new employee. But again, in the time that we're at, we've got teacher vacancies. We have all these new open positions that are going to be created by these new schools. There's no reason that a teacher should be non-reappointed for budgetary reasons if they have a satisfactory evaluation. Okay.
Can I ask my partner a question?
You may. I'll try not to listen. Last time I clicked over here, their conversation. Like,
Put on white noise.
Okay.
all right. And then we have supplements.
Let's see.
I just keep giving you 10. Let me know if you need
Yeah,
more.
no, 10's good.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Good. No, I was just going to clarify what we did. We looked
Yes.
at the Future Farmers of America and the STEM coordinator at high school. And then
Right.
the reason I'm saying this is because we didn't qualify it last
time,
week.
yeah.
It's just on the supplemental pay, we just changed it to all levels and identified the levels.
Correct.
Those were the changes that,
And we agreed to those changes. The changes that we made on the third page, I just think that some things, when it was opened during full book, some things didn't transfer properly. So there's like some theys should have been or for some reason. And then if you look at H, you have teachers shall notify, they shall be notified. So we just, again, clarified that because I think there were some mistakes when this got reopened. And in 3 above H, I'm just adding a semicolon, however, comma, because that's my English teacher brain.
Did you say K?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yes, in K3, we did make a change. We crossed out, this is in reference to the professional employees who become certified or endorsed in ESOL reading or gifted shall receive that one-time supplement of $500 for each certification. We've asked for this before, but we're taking out the language that the employee has completed 4 continuous years of service with St. Johns County for an instructional position. We just think, we're having trouble attracting teachers. This might be that one thing that attracts a teacher to get that $500 bonus essentially when they sign on. So that's the only thing we made on that page.
So,
Yes.
can I ask a question? So you had said that you'd asked for that before,
Yes,
and what's been the feedback before as to why?
that they wanted to reward teachers who have been in the county. But we're in a teacher shortage. We need to attract teachers from other districts in some way. This could be something that could help. M, it's at the very end. So I can't remember where it started. I think it's the decisions of the differentiated pay committee regarding payment shall be brought to the joint bargaining teams prior. That is language from Appendix A that just talks about the committee. So we just figured let's put it in both places so it's clear. And then it says June 30th of the current contract year, but that would not work if we're wanting it to be brought to the negotiation table. So we just changed that to the close of negotiations each year. So just to clarify that part.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
When you say the close of negotiations, I assume that means the main negotiations, not a quick reopen for an MOU or
Correct.
just something
Yes.
that's
When we are closed
main-
and ready to start ratification, that should be discussed prior to then.
I figured.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So on that, so because we are preparing for differentiated pay committee tomorrow morning. So in the past year, that committee met 3 times. The beginning of the year, sometime in March, and sometime in May.
Okay.
So this is a shift, and I get the alignment of it. Something we need to start earlier.
Mhm.
There's something would need to change moving forward because
Yes.
it's difficult to make sure
Yes.
that they align, right?
Yes.
So maybe the prep on it, and that's all. I'm not disagreeing
Right.
with the date aspect of it. I'm just
We need
we're
to get
going to
that.
meet tomorrow, and
started
then
earlier, yes.
depending on the will of that committee, will be directed.
Yes, I agree.
ongoingly.
In N, that's essentially what I said again. We got rid in N, exceptional supplements, before you get into all of the other supplements. Our schools are growing, right? So that means that departments are getting bigger and bigger. And I know there are a lot of departments who are a lot more than 12 people. I've talked to a few other department heads, and theirs are 18 people, sometimes 15 people. And so, right, why are we capping it at 12? It's, as department head, you're managing people, you are providing mentorship, right? So you should be compensated for every person that is now part of your responsibility to lead. So that is why we just took out the cap, and let's just pay them per teacher that they are assigned to.
So groups are greater than 12.
Yes. At the
Yeah.
at the bigger high schools, I know for a fact that most departments are at least 12. And their, English department tends to be a large department because you've got however many at every grade level. And then I know Sally
Some
talked about
elementary schools.
Mill
one
Creek and several elementary schools. same
that
thing,
have grade
15.
levels that have 15 people in them. And I recognize that some schools, department head is an easy gig, but some schools, the principal really does require you to be a team lead. You're coming up with sub plans when the teachers, when we have a vacancy, or, when a teacher has an emergency absence. So it's not, we just need to make it equitable if we've got people who are putting in that work. And then the only other change that we made is on the very back. I guess changes, but they're really not substantive. The Performance Matters Schoology trainer and TAC trainer, the total just never went to the total column, so we just changed that so it matched what the time value was. And then this was an issue that came up over the summer, that this talks about how additional trainers will be added for schools with greater than 1,000 students. And then schools with 1,001 to 2,000 students will receive an additional point added to their time value. There was confusion as to whether both once they add that extra trainer, are they both getting the full supplement, or are they still splitting the supplement? And Kathy Weber did confirm that they both are getting the supplement. So we just wanted that to be clear in the contract.
That was the intent.
Yes. Yeah. That's how I felt too. And that's all we have for that one. Oh, we have one.
Did you put, are you looking for my?
Sure. Hang on, Kat.
This is just for clarification, because I don't know if I have, did you trust the costs? Did you trust the cost for one of the yellow highlights? Okay. And I just want to, it looks like you updated the supplements with the correct amounts. Yes, so thank you.
Yes.
So that is one discrepancy
Yes.
you'll see on ours versus theirs, but theirs are actually the correct amounts. It should be $50 per
We did it.
point factor.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we just have one more thing. Single papers are hard to count.
I know, it keeps going more than 2 out.
Okay, so this is Appendix D. We are passing it with no changes. We did not put a date on the top because we were confused as to whether it was supposed to be January or August when this goes into effect. But we are passing this across with no increase because the premium increase for last year was not implemented until the 8/31 paycheck. So don't have, there has not been any time or data to show that we need an increase. And if we're just basing an increase off of projections, we don't have anything, it's not being based off of anything. So that is where, and the committee did not vote for an increase either.
Well, okay, so
Sure.
We didn't vote yet.
Right.
The committee didn't vote. And the other thing, based on, it wasn't based on, it's based on the economy. I mean, the inflation has gone up. You
Okay.
go to the gas station, so it's not like
So-
we just quote a number on the air, it's just everything
Right.
going up. So I
But-
just wanted to make a clarification.
Right. If we're basing our insurance premium increase on inflation, then why would our salaries not, like, we can't base everything off of inflation. Our salaries aren't being reflected in the inflation.
We're still bargaining.
Well, even,
Well, and we're tied to the state. We can't pick and choose what we get from the state for our funding, so.
for TSIA, is that what you're talking about?
Everything.
Okay.
FEFP, student account, I mean, everything.
Okay.
We're at the will of.
Right. We're just making the point that the insurance committee has not voted on an increase yet. You guys are bringing an increase to the table.
Okay. Yeah, I accept that, but I just wanted to say it wasn't voted on, and that's what you
Right.
had said, so I just wanted
Right.
to clarify.
That's all we got.
Okay, so I have Article 6, 8, discussion on 10 maybe,
Okay.
right? And the MOU. So let's start with the MOU. So, so we had healthy discussion even up to the last minute here on this. So a couple of things. So the title of it, working remotely planning days, right? So, and I think philosophically we're on board with the October, the January, and March, those days. The question came up on May 28th. So we want to look at really two things there. One is it's already an optional flex day. So we did roll out communication that if you work during pre-planning, that day can be a flex day. The second piece to that is a discussion on there isn't or there won't be any sort of formal examination schedule in secondary schools that have early release as we did in the past, right? Because there's very few district-driven examinations at the end now. So people may need that day, right? Some people may need that day if they don't have the time built in that normally they had if it was on an early release schedule. And that's really more of a secondary thing. So, so I think when we were structuring this, really, if you're finished, you're not working remotely that day because you finished what you were supposed to be doing. So, and we think management-wise, the principals are allowing people to, if they are done. So I think what we might do is look at it next year, but we feel that we've already rolled out a plan that allows that day to be flexed. So,
Okay.
but I think long-term, the philosophy we're on board with as a team, right? So these days, if done differently, could probably work.
Okay.
So that was the first piece on that. Article 6. Okay, so Article 6, this is what you passed back to us to look at, right? So I think first page, I don't see any changes. I think we're good. On the second page, the L there was to make equitable. I think we didn't change any language there, right?
Correct.
Okay, if you go to page, you have page 3? Or if you go to page 3, under the following conditions apply, I'm on A there. So again, we had healthy discussion on this. So a professional employee shall be entitled to 120 minutes of flexible time per month. So I think we were back and forth with that. We're good with that,
Okay.
right? So we just made the change relative to during. You could see there, right? Just the D. That's just a syntax thing,
Semantics. Okay.
right? And then professional learning as opposed to professional development.
I've
right?
noticed the rebranding so far.
Right,
So.
schedule. So then we just cleaned up the language. But I
Okay.
think, and again, with our team here, you're professionals,
right?
It codifies or kind of looks at some language elsewhere. We'd have to work out how these things work, but we're good with that. We think that is the way we want to move forward.
Okay.
In conjunction with some of the language relative to remote work. So everything else, B, C, I don't think there's been any changes there. D, in addition, so again, we just there's a capitalization piece there that we corrected. Any temporary adjusted workday shall be mutually agreed on by the principal and the employee. You good with that?
We are good.
If we go to the next page, I think we were fine with the changes that you've made there. So we made a change in T. So if you read the language there, except in emergency situations, professional employees will not normally be required to work under unsafe or hazardous conditions. So we're aware that we wouldn't ask you to work in unsafe or hazardous conditions. So we feel that we've changed that language to say any conditions or any condition, and you can read the rest. Or any condition which the professional employee considers you can read that.
So is this all new or just the any?
We struck out except
Okay.
any, and then it said of conditions, this is condition.
Okay, so the which the professional employee considers unsafe or hazardous was already in there?
Yeah, everything
Okay.
else was in there. All we did is struck out,
Gotcha.
we cleaned up our copy. So we just struck out the piece, and then any is the change back. So we just need you to review that and see what you think. So under you, again, lengthy conversation. So if you go down to the end, a couple of things that we looked at. So we're just trying to keep it consistent. Where it lists out 30 consecutive minutes and it's spelled out at 30, we just continue that trend, right? So 100, we're just trying to create consistency once the document is open, so there wouldn't be any angle to misinterpret. Okay, so later on there we'd say no more than one planning period per week shall be reserved for PLC collaboration.
Okay.
So we've listened to that work. Okay, so we've struck through where you had PLC, MTSS, IEPs. So I think it's a move in the right direction, right? So because there is a lot that would go into an MTSS and IEP that are school driven as well. But we're asking that, again, and I'll read it, no more than one planning period per week. We struck out encumbered and put reserved for PLC collaboration work. We've done that similarly in 2, in 3, and 4. All right. Again, we just modified the language to spell out the number of minutes. And we didn't adjust anything else that you had sent on that page.
Okay.
So if we're on to the bottom of 5, is where I am now. In the event an employee teaches more than one prep, they shall be only required to be part of one PLC per week. So again, I think we were using Jessley's example of having quite a few preps. So we think one per week, because I think with Sally's language about working on key anchor benchmarks and those kind of things, right, which is where the vision for PLC. So that's our change on there, our proposal there. 6, we left, we didn't change.
You struck out our supplement.
Oh, yes, let me talk about that, sorry. So, yes, so, and again, we're really not in a place where we can get the real kind of data that we want on that as well. So, and I know you said secondary, but obviously elementary teachers are teaching multiple preps as well. We simply pulled course code for teachers teaching multiple levels of dance as well and different kind of electives. So we're just not there. We're just not there until we can look at sometimes the smaller schools. Pedro would be an example. It's more difficult. So it's something that I think we just need to get a little bit more data on the numbers of people doing that. Did we pull that information?
I looked at electives for Menendez specifically and then math. In the elective category, you see it a lot more, but you see it coded differently where it's multiple preps during one period because kids have taken different things.
Right.
And then math, it was certainly more than like a portion that's larger, but again, that's based on how many students you have. But I think there are only, I would say, 4 out of 10 math teachers that had 2 or more preps, or had 3 or more preps. But so again, some of those have multiple levels within one period, so it's difficult to really gauge what's occurring.
But I think something for further discussion, something that we would engage with you moving forward on. 7 deals with in-service activity. So I'm just really in the middle of that paragraph there. In-service activity scheduled on a weekly early release must be scheduled twice a month. 1 Wednesday per month will be reserved for individual teacher planning. So we're looking at 2 that are district, 2 that were the schools. I think we're at a place where not having or not being asked to be at a PLC that they're grading. So one of those would be just for the employee for individual planning.
So on that one, I'm confused because it says in-service activities scheduled on weekly early release days may be scheduled twice a month. So where's the other Wednesday going?
So you had the remaining, so you had the other 2 Wednesdays. So we're saying we're okay with 1 being just teacher directed, the other one will be the principal.
Like if they needed a staff meeting.
Yeah.
But okay.
So just, I mean, if there's questions, I think we feel, I think like you do, that we want to make sure that time is protected as well, or time is useful. So it is a counter on that.
Okay.
I think V, W, X, Y, Z, all of those, I'm not sure we did any changes
No.
other than just looked at what you did.
Yeah.
And that qualifies 6.
Okay.
Okay, 8's related to 6, or
10 is
6
related.
and 10,
Yeah.
8 and 10. All right, let's go with 8. No, I mean the 10 copies too. Okay, so 8 trends.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did you have a question before?
No. I was gonna simplify it, but you go.
Did I have any changes? Is that what you did?
Yeah. It didn't seem like you did.
We do. We have one
Okay.
change. So I think on the front page, we agree, I concur with the language. If you go to D on the back page, you had SJEA and St. John's County School District will negotiate the impact. This is when it's necessary to transfer teachers due to the opening of new school or schools,
Mhm.
right? So what we did is just, the language had been in there in a different place as well. It says the same thing. All procedures shall be agreed upon and signed by the district and SJEA no later than 4 months. So just
Okay.
intellectually connects with somewhere else that it's there, and then it doesn't require us to negotiate the impact.
Okay.
We're still agreeing on how to do it, just like we did through the MOU process. That is the only change on that one.
Okay.
Okay, and so then A10, special request 10,
Thank you.
I think, special request 10. Okay, so 10, I think, relates back to, I'll wait till it has to. I'll just read off yours. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, so 10, Morgan, we believe relates back to the language we just talked about in the prior. So 1 Wednesday per month will be reserved for individual teacher planning. So I think a line in both of them, and it's, I think, again, an effort to understand what you had passed across and to agree with it to a certain degree, that more time for individual planning. So that
Okay.
connects back to Article 8,
Correct.
8 and 10 connected, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that
I think was everything.
ends the MOU and much more cohesively. And then the articles. So we have what we have from you. So
Yep.
anything else we want to talk about that we can caucus on both sets of those.
Yeah. But
The salary selection.
Yeah, so we had talked, well,
That's just like staying grandfathered status or opting into pay for performance.
yeah, we just need to
The
sign
dates
off
just
on
need
it.
to be updated.
Okay.
So if you guys can get that ready during caucus, then we can get that done with too, but otherwise have it ready for
Okay.
Wednesday.
You have it. We shall bring it back
Okay, perfect.
post caucus. All right. So at this stage, I think we would like Gretchen to give us an update and then from there, we have taken your proposal,
Okay.
your salary proposal, and with some updated numbers of
Oh, you're right.
proposal, a town of
Kidding.
proposal.
I got it this way.
Gretchen, you got the?
How's that?
The numbers?
So just wanted to update, everybody with the financials. At the last school board meeting, we took two things. We had our final public hearing on the budget, and we brought the superintendent's annual financial report. That is available on the website in case anybody wants to look at it. Go back and now this is unaudited version. Just want to let everybody know it's there. So, as you can see on your handout, again, we just wanted to briefly walk through what we talked about earlier, which is this year's revenue and expenses coming in. So we received the second calculation from the state for the Florida Education Finance Program, which is our funding source from the state. We received it July 19th, and with that, with our projected student numbers, we will receive, as of July 19th, $49.2 million in new revenue. Taking that off the top, we have growth because we are growing in students, and we multiply that by the base student allocation and the comparable wage factor. Because those are expenses we know coming in, we have to take off the $14.9 million to make sure we have those students taken care of, the teachers, classroom setup, and everything else, $14.8 million. The Family Empowerment Scholarship Program for the 850 student growth that we received from the state and the legislature, multiplying that by the average $7,193 per scholarship, so the $6.6 million has to come off, that $49.2 million. We can't spend that twice. And then what's new is great. So with the teacher, classroom, and other instructional personnel, that's the dollar we received to maintain the salaries that were already bargained in the previous year. So that was $13.9 million, and then the new allocation for increases based on the base funding was 4.3. So what we did is we went back and looked at the numbers from last week's meeting based on the teacher levels broken out by years 1 through 5, 6 to 10, based on that dollar amount. We added the line item, what it's going to projected to cost us for the package of $5.8 million. So what's above the dollars we were given, and then that's what's the additional. That is the additional $1.2 million that the district needs to come up with following last week's information. The remaining lines are the same. The transportation categorical funding, what was over last year, we had to take off to cover these programs. Mental health, same thing. Safe school categorical, ESE guarantee. What was used to be known as the SAI, or the supplemental academic instruction categorical. So $49.2 million in new revenue once we take off the mandates, we're down to, in the whole, $2.6 million. That carries over to the next page. And what we have to maintain are the mandates from the state, even though we're funded for separately, the instruction material, reading instruction, teacher classroom supply allocation, the funding compression and hold harmless. So we must meet these state requirements. So those dollar amounts come off the top also. And then our operating expenses. So we have our property and casualty insurance renewal, our 3-year average increase for transportation, for fuel, everything to run the school buses. We have our youth resource contracts and the charter school portion increase. The medical insurance, this is the school board portion increase for our new employees and last year's increase of 0.5%. We have our utilities for our electricity, water, sewer, 3-year trend increase, about 1.2 million. We have our Florida retirement system rate increase that was in effect July 1st, and that's right about 14% increase for us, so that's 4.7 million. And then our committed fund balance, as our revenue goes up based on school board rule 7.01, we have to put 3% aside of new revenue coming in, so that's 1.7 million. So, but when we brought this to you at the last meeting, this was last bottom line was 25.3 million, and now we're in a deficit with new year money of $26.6 million. Just to give you an overview of the fund balance, where we come. So the categories are broken out into non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, unassigned over the years. So you can see we've gone back here for 2015. Non-spendable is very small. These are the dollars that cannot be converted to cash, such as prepaid textbooks, and we have to order our textbooks in the spring for the upcoming school year. That's a slight amount. The restricted amount are the dollars that are set aside or rolled forward for the categorical, such as we had some dollars left in the mental health categorical allocation because we couldn't find mental health counselors or psychologists to employ to help our students. So those dollars get carried forward. Those are restricted. Our committed is the gray line. Those are the dollars we set aside for our fund balance to meet the reserve on hand. That's a 3% reserve we have on hand, although it's better to have, as the rating agencies would say, you need at least 1 or 2 months of operating expenses on hand. And for St. Johns County, our monthly general fund operating expenses were right around $40 million. And this is about $13 million that we've set aside. The assigned amount, the dollar amounts that the schools generate or the students generate, the advanced placement programs, the international baccalaureate programs, the after-school programs, the extended day, those dollars go back and they're assigned to those specific programs. And then we did have in prior years unassigned amounts that we do not have any this year. And then our total, you can see our trend from 2015. It ebbs and flows like every school year. So back in 15, 16, our fund balance came down, slowly built back up, and then when the legislative changes and the way we receive the dollars from capacity and our increase in expenses, you can see where we come to the end of June 30th, 2023. So this was the visual piece, and the next slide shows the actual dollar amounts. And again, you can see on here, we went back to 2013, and like we talked about, there's our categories for our dollars in fund balance, non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, unassigned. And you can see where our fund balance came over the years, the last 10 years. In 2013, we were at 67.4, 59.6, 48.2, and you can see all the way across to this last year, June 30th, we were at 43.8 million. And what happened with the fund balance? Okay, we went up, and then now we've come down 7.7 million in 2014. It came down 11.4 million, 5.1, and then we slowly grew it back up until as of June 30th, 2022, which fund balance came down to 1.3 million, and this last year it came down to 4.2 million. And you can see our unassigned and assigned fund balance, or our financial condition ratio. You can see where we've come over the years, and in the last couple of years, it's come down, significantly down at 5.4%. And that was the last slide.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Last time you mentioned, I think it was that you transferred 18 million into the general fund. What category does that go under? Restricted, committed, assigned?
What category does it go under?
Which of those pots of money, restricted, committed, assigned, or unassigned?
Well, it doesn't, we transfer those dollars in to cover the expenses that we spent in the year. So if there was any money left, it would go under, well, it would cover the expenses. So you can see it didn't go into anywhere because we were in the negative. So we transferred dollars over from food service
Mhm.
to cover the expenses and the electricity bill. And so we don't have any dollars left over for electricity, water, anything utility-wise. We've transferred over dollars for our capital, and that was to cover the locatables, some of the property insurance and salaries for our workers. And then we also had the dollars coming in from medical insurance plan. But as you can see, we didn't have any dollars carried forward because we were down 4.2 million over last year.
Right, but so if, let's say you took those dollars to repay for some of the portables and whatnot, which of those accounts is that coming out of? You know what I'm
You
saying?
have to go back to the budget and look where the expenses are.
Okay,
You're not gonna see it carried forward because there wasn't any left to be put in the fund balance.
right. I'm just saying if there were, where would it appear?
Well, then, and if we were gonna put it in our committed or assigned, or it would probably most likely be an unassigned,
Okay,
which this year's.
right, okay, thank you.
Okay, you have a copy of that? From a
Yes.
Visual perspective. I think Mr. Lagutis was going to speak, but I just to tee him up a little bit. So we talked a little bit about the TSIA being in the base and in the base category, and also all of the categoricals now being part of that as well. And just as a reminder, they are underfunded. So when they were underfunded to begin with, now they're underfunded. And with the pots of money that we get, we have to merge that with all of the other pieces as well. But I think having Gretchen present firstly today was to show obviously recruit and retention teachers is still a priority. So you'll have noticed a difference in some of the funds in there because of that. But it just goes to the where it's all moving to. There's a benefit to having it be not identified in a category if it's funded. And the drawback is that it's funded, but it's underfunded. So that in conjunction with the board's contribution to retirement that went up exponentially as well this year is part of what we revisited over since Thursday. So we did listen to your proposal on Thursday, and I think you saw some evidence of that, and Mr. DeGutis will provide the rest.
All right, so. Let's see if you can take care of your. All right, good afternoon, everybody. All right, okay. So what we did, before you get too far into the data, let's talk about what we're going to look at. So 2 meetings ago, we presented a concept, right? Totally new, never have done this before, because TSIA is, the way we're handling TSIA this year is totally new. And every year it's been in place, if you're following the bouncing ball with TSIA, changes every single year, right? And so, and this year's no different, and we're trying to make up for some lack of sensitivity from the legislative standpoint. I think we talked about that 2 times ago, in how we're trying to make this a retention movement rather than a performance movement. So last time we met, last week actually, you guys presented back the concepts with a couple of mathematical changes in the spreadsheet, which is fine. We've gone through all that, we get it. So what you have today, actually, and I don't know who owns that side of the spreadsheet, but the one you sent me, Morgan, is the one we took and changed some numbers. And so I want to walk through what we changed and what has changed as a result of that. Okay. So the first thing we did is we talked last time the amount of teachers or the distribution of the number of teachers. So we still have 3,324 teachers, but it is no longer, and Mr. King alluded to this earlier, it's no longer half of them in a 1 to 5 category, and a little less than 20% over, and 30 or so percent in between. Now it's really almost a third, right? So as you can see there, you got 31% in the 1 to 5. You got just under 21% in 6 to 10 years, just under 17% 11 to 15, and just under 31% in the over 16 category. Which is significant because the way the individual payments go, the higher up the scale, the lower the individual payment's going to be. And so what we also did is said, look at the concept was roughly, and we all get the FICA, FRS, what we're trying to do there, we're trying to give, the board's trying to, instead of pulling out that money to pay the state and federal government, we want to give it to the teachers, and then the board would pay on top of that in addition to that, for the FICA and the FRS. And so the original concept that we passed across a couple of weeks ago had a total package between, and there are basically 4 components, right? There's the paper performance, the retention payment, FICA, and FRS payment. And so the original package we sent across a couple of weeks ago, the total was roughly almost $5.3 million. And then the offer you passed across last week totaled almost $5.9 million. And so what this has is a total of almost 5.6. So basically bringing yours down 300,000, ours up 300,000, and meeting in the middle, finding some common ground. And that's really what we're trying to do this evening, is to bring some finality to this, to be quite honest with you, show some common ground and bring this to some sort of conclusion. So with all that said, when you go through this, and so kind of let's start on the back page. If you flip it over, you will see the formula that you all had in your offer, where there was a $310,000 deposit, so to speak, in available funding based on the distribution of the teachers. That would leave a highly effective at $100 and effective and grandfather at $75, right? Which, if someone in the audience or listening say, holy smokes, what, that's really, really low. Well, there's a reason for that, right? Because we're taking the focus off of the paper performance, which was the concept originally that you guys ostensibly agreed to. And that's where we are tonight with 100 and the 75, right?
Okay.
And so that flows back into the spreadsheet, kind of in the middle there. And then what we have for retention, what we have to do to keep it within the 5.5 million, and we're a little over 5.5 million actually, or just under 5.6, I should say, is to have the base, if you will, in excess of 16 years of service experience, not service experience, total
Correct.
teaching experience for you, not number of years in our district.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Is $2,075, and so what that does is gives the 1 to 5 teacher a retention amount of $519, $1,038 for those in the 610 category, for those in the 1115 category, 1,556, and then, like I said, the 2,075 for those with 16 years or more. And so what that will give you, and again, I like to really just kind of focus on the highly effective column, because for the last couple of years, 95% of our teachers are highly effective. So the vast majority, the lion's share, so to speak, are highly effective. So your total increase for a 1 to 5 teacher would be $619. In the 6 to 10 experience, $1,138. For the 11-15 experience, $1,656. And over 16 is $2,175. Now, I would say a couple, and then you see the recaps and the reconciliation. We can do that later if you want. But which I highly recommend we do. But the listener online or people sitting at the table or in the audience will say, well, holy smokes, if I'm a 4-year teacher, I'm only getting a retention of $619. and I'm teaching Algebra 2 right next to the guy who's been here 17, 18 years, and he's getting 21.75. And the reason for that, again, conceptually, the reason for that are those folks in that 1 to 5 have skyrocketed their salary in 3 years from 39,000 to 48,600 and some change. 48,642 we are now, I guess. Versus somebody who's in that 16 above category has not skyrocketed, right? And so I think it's we're trying to. I think I used this term last time. We're trying to. It's been very compressed over the last 2-3 years, and we are trying to decompress the compression, or as I've heard it, we're trying to stretch the accordion back out, right? And so that's why it seems, lower or younger teachers, air quotes, younger teachers are getting less, and the veteran teachers are getting more. But there's a reason for that, and that's the history of the last 3 years.
Right.
So, now, I will say, it was pointed out to me just in the last 24 hours, today actually, that if I was a 3-year teacher coming in, and now this is for you guys to very much consider. If I'm a 3-year teacher, I started at 48 or 47.5, and I went to 48.6 this past year, right? So they're not going to, they don't have the history that I came in 4 or 5 years ago at 39. So
Right.
there's some education we have to do with our own folks, really on both sides of the table for that. So that's where we are. So when you take those 4 components, the retention, the pay for performance, and the FICA and the FRS payments, the total package is $5,576,246. And then of course you can see all of the reconciliation math there in the lower left-hand corner.
Okay.
So with that, any questions or?
I don't have any questions.
So can I jump in? So I think we were looking at the concept, right, of
Right.
it, and that's kind of where we started for Mr. DeGutis 2 or 3 sessions ago now. So where we're trying to narrow in is on the figure, even if you want to change some of the concept pieces of it. And the figure, as Mr. DeGutis referenced, sort of is a counter to what you had proposed last Thursday.
Okay. We'll have to caucus on it.
Okay. 30 minutes? Start at
30
30?
minutes, yeah. Are you guys gonna send this to me?
Can you send all words
The
Or-
spreadsheet?
yeah.
as well?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And
it's
Tammy was
The other one
wanting-
that was not right.
Tammy's
I
watching.
don't know, there were some weird formulas in the other one that weren't working,
Text
right?
issue and
That we
asking
figured out last
for-
time.
in mine.
Well, that
This
had
is well.
additional layers. Yes.
Send it to more.
There were additional
Taking
layers.
some pictures,
There were
but
some
it's
layers.
not very
Yes.
clear.
Yeah, I don't know.
So send both of those. Testing, testing.
We're on.
Throw that up there. Do some damage with that. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for the time. Sorry for delay. We had
Okay.
some robust conversation. So did you want to start with compensation?
Do you want them to?
Yeah. Their side first.
You guys go, and then we'll go.
You have compensation?
We do, yes.
So let's start with the most difficult one, I guess. Okay, early transfer. So I think in philosophy, we're just looking at some dates, right? So down in step number 1 there, February the 28th,
Okay.
2024. We were just making the dates consistent throughout it, right? March 29th,
Right.
2024. So they were back and forth on the timeline pieces. So if you go to the back page,
Mm-hmm.
all right, so this is where some part of the delay is. So part of it, so we're good with the early transfer process. I think we can collaborate on that. So this, we had asked for June 14th and then to kind of end at the end of the first quarter or the end of the marketing period. And so there's a couple of reasons for that. One is because in such a high growth district, we think there's always going to be openings, right? So we're trying to some degree limit the transfers, not because we want to restrict somebody from their dream job, but limit the movement of it to try to create some consistencies. Generally, it would be you come in, you settle, you've had since the beginning of February until that time frame, July 1st, to secure a transfer. So there was not an intent to restrict somebody's desire for movement, but just to try to slow it down and get settled, because ultimately in such a high growth, there's always going to be openings. So that's where we went back and forth with it. And that's why the language was written on that way to say you couldn't even apply, couldn't even be interviewed, right? So based on what you have, we've left the date at July 1st. We've coincided it back to the October, that's a Friday, I believe. After July 1st, this is the change. The instructional employee will not be allowed to transfer until a replacement teacher is secured and ready to take over the classroom from which the employee is leaving. That's all the stuff you had. And then we added in there and approved by human resources. So to some degree, we do some of that now, right? So Parker and I, we get requests, we facilitate some of that stuff for the schools and the principals, because it's a high need or a pre-K class. So we've done some of that. We've also had discussion about, we don't want people to necessarily make connections, with kindergarten class, and then I'm losing the teacher. So we really want people to try to be where they should be or where they want to be by July 1st. That was the intent of that language. We're aware that there's going to be circumstances where that didn't work or it's not possible. So I just want to be clear. We weren't trying to restrict anybody's desire to be at their most precious place. But with high growth, it's really, really difficult to protect some of the vulnerable schools, right? So I think we're close to where you want to be in that. The approval by human resources would just be to look at if the correctness of it and to make sure that the principals have collaborated on it. With the online system, at times people are still applying, even though we had that, they just weren't interviewing.
Okay.
But I just wanted to be on the record as saying we're not opposed to people transferring. We were trying to limit it to make sure that we were in a good place with staffing. Okay. Early transfer process, transfers and reassignments. You got that one? Okay.
That's what I had.
Transfers and reassignment. I lost my color. Where's my color?
So this was on our side. Transfers and reassignments.
Okay,
We didn't have a counter to it, so we can TA on it
Okay.
if you want to.
all right.
Did you guys change anything?
Um,
The customer thing?
Oh, yeah, just
Oh,
the
the-
professional, and,
yes, we-
yeah, from
and
one
that went
school.
back, that's a good point. So on 9/20, we had changed it and somehow it got changed back. So we just made that language in A
Okay.
didn't
Yep.
make any sense. So if you want to go ahead and TA and that, we're good with that. Okay, hiring for NN and OO. All right, so I think the questions came at the very back. So correct me if I'm wrong. So we're looking at G and H, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so if there's instructional positions that must be reduced to schools affected by rezoning, the district will involuntarily transfer them to open positions. All schools that will see a reduction in staff and should make clear to their staff prior to January 8th that an involuntary transfer may be a possibility. I think that is in line with. And then H is any non-reappointed employee hired after August 3rd will have a break in service and will be required to be processed as a new employee.
Okay, so your intent in G is just to say any teacher that is without a new position will be transferred somewhere.
Affected by rezoning, and then it would align with the prior article, the transfer process in Article 8. So we'll follow the guidelines there. So yeah, so we've to a certain degree, some of those teachers won't have an evaluation at that point.
Right.
So our language would say if there's an instructional position that must be reduced, we're talking about there's affected schools rezoned, the district will commit to involuntary transferring them to open positions.
Okay.
And then all schools that will see reduction in staff, we need to change that language and should make it clear to their staff prior to January. We're just saying also the principals would make that whole visible or connect their schools on that. So,
Okay.
and then the last one, instead of non-reemployed, it doesn't matter the reason, hired after August 30th, will have a break in service will be required. So we just clear that up too.
Well, yeah, so G would then mean that there aren't going to be
Probably,
non-reappointed employees
We
based
talked
on
about
budget.
that.
Okay.
We talked about it. So that language, is there just a grammar piece there? All schools that will see a reduction of staff.
Should make clear to their staff prior to.
Just get rid of
Fine.
and.
Just
Take
get
the
rid,
and
just get rid of the
Yes.
and.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else on my side?
Supplements.
Did we redo the supplement one?
I don't know. This is my own one. My note.
The supplement page. Did we redo the supplement one? I don't think we did. Okay, so I can tell you in where we went on supplements. So on the supplement piece, we're in K3. And I'll get Phillips to work on this, but it says employee has completed 4 continuous years of service within St. Johns County School District in order to be eligible for the supplements.
Mhm.
So we've asked for 2 on that.
For 2. Okay.
Yes. And I think there would be obviously, and you'll see this theme, like we just want to make sure we run by the data that people are, it's a retention thing, that they're staying longer than the 2 years. But we agreed to a modification on that. I think everything else was, so then if we go to the department chair piece.
Mhm.
So where we are with that. So the principal right now has authority to add a second person once it goes over 12. So they can add, if I'm at a English language arts,
Where does it say that?
what would they just do? So they would apply for or connect to us to say, I'd like to add a second person to be chair or co-chairs of that, and we would pay both.
So we let that happen in the district.
Yeah.
Okay. I was unaware of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we think we've covered it. Well, I mean, we agree that it's a lot of work. So then it's the discussion about splitting and who does so that's where 12 came. So we do, as Ms. Barber said, have principals that know, ask for that, and that's approved.
Okay.
That's approved. So we will pull this article and we will make those modifications right
Okay.
now.
So our counters, we've got Article 10 and Article 6, just a minor. So it's the same change in both, so I can pass across both. But basically, if there is a month with 5 Wednesdays, the 5th Wednesday is reserved for individual teacher planning, which I think is happening at most schools, but we would just want that provision in there. We also wanted to talk about the language of every effort will be made to provide a maximum amount of unencumbered time on weekly early release days for the purpose of planning for enhanced student achievement. So this is where our discussion arose, is if we have, let's say we have the 2 Wednesdays that are for professional learning, right? One's school-based, one's district-based. The other 2, we were intending for it to be teacher planning. So the clarification is, we don't think that a faculty meeting is considered enhanced student achievement. Would you agree with that?
Well, it would depend on the content of the faculty
Okay.
meeting, right? I mean, I think it could be like if we're presenting data. I think the difficulty becomes trying to differentiate the data, right? Especially at a high school, you're going to have everybody sit through biology results. Probably not.
Right.
But I think it can be. It can
Okay.
be. I know some have made faculty meetings remote, or those things are done if it's just providing information or updates. Some of that's
Okay.
done electronically now. But I have led faculty meetings that have been enhanced student achievement, I hope.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that no faculty meetings are. I'm just saying we wanted that clarification for planning for enhanced student achievement. So we're saying that other Wednesday that you're saying is not reserved for individual teacher planning. Was your intent that it would be for PLC work? Because that would be then planning for enhanced student achievement. Or are we just going to be able to hold a faculty meeting on that 4th Wednesday?
So, and team can jump in. I think when you passed this across last week, I think our conversation surrounded having that as unencumbered. So you would be grading. You may bring people in there to work with you, but it wouldn't be led by the principal or led by.
No, we're talking about the day that, because we originally asked for 2 Wednesdays. Right. So you're giving us 1 Wednesday. So we're saying, what is that 4th Wednesday? Is it? Did you only give us one?
Could be faculty
Okay,
meeting.
so you gave us one for the intent of it being a faculty meeting.
Oh, discretion of the principal, yeah.
Discretion of the principal. Okay.
So then your counter is on months with 5, 5 Wednesdays, 2 of them are unencumbered.
Correct.
Okay.
And the only other thing that I wanted to bring up was in Article 6. It's the same.
It's the same as
the same
piece.
But I just wanted to talk about. We agreed to all of your counters, and then there's one extra piece.
the 6. Yeah.
Is that
Professional
not what I
work.
said? Or
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, good.
So if we go to you, we agreed to that no more than 1 planning period per week shall be reserved for PLC collaboration. You discussed at a previous session about how you guys want to look into the PLC process and do that work. So we just want to emphasize we would like that work to be done and to continue that process. On number 5, 5 we agreed to. 6, there was a counter that you passed across that said every effort will be made not to assign a teacher more than 2 preps. That somehow disappeared in either our counter to you or your counter back. So we're just adding that we agreed to that language that you had countered at one point, and it just disappeared in one of our copies. And then again, the only other change was the same change we made to Article 10 in number 7.
Okay, so can I just run through the changes and make sure we're all on the
Yes.
same page? So, connectivity between 10 and 8, is that right?
10 and 6.
10 and 6, excuse me, and that's
Yes.
relative to the Wednesdays and just qualifying a 5th Wednesday?
Correct.
Okay. Understood. Article 8,
There's no changes. We're
no
TAing on that.
changes. Okay, we can TA. And then so on my side then, is we will modify the language in the supplement, which is 17, to look at, if you agree, 2, employee
Mhm.
completed 2 years. If you agree to that modification, and then we didn't change any of this language, or we would change it
Just gonna
back,
add it back.
right? Because we do have a process in place now that, to say if it gets beyond that number,
Okay.
then people can, then you'd have to work with your individual principals. So I could change these
Yeah, we've got to discuss some of those first, and then I can.
on this.
Yeah,
Okay. So
just,
we'll-
it won't take long, but we do need a discussion about it. And then we've got compensation, right?
Yeah, just one final thing on page 3 of that, very minor. We corrected
Where-
it to the letters.
Where are we?
It's right above S. If you'll
Which
turn
would,
to,
sorry.
I'm sorry. The one
Article
we're just
6.
talking about, Article 6.
Yep.
On page 1, 2, 3, 4 at the very top.
Yep.
You guys had corrected and read the letters, and they're just capital letters, and they should be lowercase again, not a big deal.
Love it.
That may have been us.
Because, and that was probably us, because there are. So if it's on your side, if you can
Okay.
take that, that'd be great.
We appreciate you bringing, we have still have the MOU as well for work. We can TA on that. We appreciate you reminding us of that flex time. I think that is fair of you guys to say that like teachers wouldn't actually have to work that day if they have that flex time. So we're good with TAing on that as well. So compensation. 9.25. We need a couple copies of that, but
You want to sign a couple of copies?
yeah. I think you guys need 1 and we need 2, right?
We need to.
If anyone has extras.
I did.
And then if we want a TA on Article, there we go, 8. Anyone has extra copies of that? Yeah. Give me your initials on that one. One more MOU.
Yep.
And another Article 8, I think. Oh, here's one.
I need another MOU.
Do we have one? Yeah, I have an extra MOU.
Sure, I have one.
What do you need?
The MOU
For what?
for remote learning.
Oh,
If not.
Yeah.
Clean copy.
Got it.
of
We got it. All right. Mm-hmm.
okay, so what's this?
We, oh,
One sec, this, we need to modify. So you want us to, you're gonna kind of counter on?
yeah,
that?
we gotta discuss things. So as we're discussing things, you can send us the cleaned copy and then we'll see if we need to do anything with it in our discussion.
Okay.
So we agree to your salary proposal if there is no insurance increase.
Okay. Good.
All right. I'm gonna need more copies of that. Oh, do we have to?
Yeah, I was wondering about how it looks in the article.
Yeah.
We need the written out.
That we do,
The written out.
yeah,
Okay. I have it all written out, so I can just change the numbers
and then bring it back.
and bring it back. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
had,
Okay.
That way Phyllis can just copy it, it pastes it into the book.
Great. So I will bring that after we discuss these things.
I need one more clean copy if anyone has.
of the
do you
salary.
have to sign it?
No.
Not to rescue.
And the insurance. Just a PPA.
I have the insurance. Yes.
We need one.
You need another one, John?
So I'm gonna make copies of the salary proposal, and then on the insurance, we just signed it to say we agree to.
Yeah, I just added the 23, 24. I don't know if you want to add that to make it clear. And we've got another copy. Okay. He's got one here.
My writing is on the top of one.
Oh.
Scratch tradition.
Okay. No worries. Oh, I don't have a fancy picture.
One more compensation.
Chart.
You need that.
I will.
You need that.
So you give it the
Yeah.
one? I just circled you, not the total amount.
Oh, no.
Gotta keep Tammy's file.
We can print it.
Okay. What do we think? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Do we want to start with 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 10-minute recess. Thanks. Testing, we're back. Okay, just want
You just like-
to make sure we're on the same page. So on the supplements piece, there wasn't any changes there other than it's one maximum of the 1980. You had struck that out.
Right, so, and you guys put it back in?
Yeah.
Well, and then the two years for K3 or
That's
something,
the only change.
correct?
No TA on that. Extra duty for okay. Okay, these next two, just for listening audience
You that are still on.
on my podcast. Okay, so these are the Article 6, Article 8.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's language in there relative to the fifth Wednesday,
Mm-hmm.
correct? So that was the only
Correct.
change. And they both align, and so we agree on both.
Okay. And it's Article 10, not 8.
Oh, sorry. This is 10, right? 10 and 6. My Roman numerals get crossed. this time around.
We need 2 more.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
I think you have 2 of each.
I should.
Okay.
Okay. Article 8.
And then I think we just need 2 more Article 6.
Done. Article 6.
He's getting loopy with the signature.
Okay, so I have 10. You have your copies for 10?
Yes,
Yes.
right.
Mhm.
Okay. You have your copies for the supplements?
Yes.
And then we're working on your, so these are our copies. And then those 2 can be yours. Okay. Salary, selection of salary status per statute.
Mhm.
Do that. So,
Just TA on top, or we just need the form?
I
Correct.
think you just need form, but
I think we've usually TA'd at the
TA'd.
top just
Yep.
because we did change.
there's 3
the date.
copies if you want to do that. We did just change the dates and we verified said
Friday,
dates.
November 23rd. Or November
Yes.
3rd.
And those 2 copies would be for you. Right?
I'm gonna sign them.
Okay, so then the final piece, I think Mr. DeGudas has that language, is relative to the compensation piece that we there you go, that we TA'd on, and just some qualifying language that we talked about in the hallway relative to associate teachers.
We can make some more copies. You guys only, we can make some more copies. You guys only have 4, but what I'd like to do is run you through what we have here. So paragraph 1, we added and associate teachers whose hire date into a regularly established position prior to July 1 will receive a retention amount. So we added retention to spell out what the salary payment is for. Added to the base salary based on total years of full-time teaching experience both in and out of St. Johns County School District. So if I came from some other district and I have 16 years experience and I worked last year, I would get the base of 2,075 in paragraph 1. And so we added associate teachers because we didn't want to separate out associate teachers as you had suggested in paragraph 2, because an associate teacher that's hired in 2023-24 is not eligible. And that is consistent with how we have done pay for performance since its inception, that you had to be a full-time teacher or a teacher last year, have a highly effective or effective, and you got paid for performance. And so if you were hired in the current year, it would never apply to a new year teacher or a teacher hired in the new year. And so then paragraph 3 then becomes paragraph 2. No changes there, I don't think we made. Other than we did indent instructional personnel, those 3 after letter C, instructional personnel that did not receive a St. Johns County final summative, instructional personnel who worked less than 100%, and instructional personnel who were terminated. Those are just all to be in line with that paragraph. And then we added number 3, paragraph number 3. There will be no changes to the base salary schedule for placement of new hires for the 23-24 school year. And of course, that does include all teachers, including associate teachers. When you read that, the beginning associate teacher salary is still at $36,000. And then paragraph 4, well, before we reach paragraph, and then paragraph 4 is there will be no insurance premium for the 23-24 school year. And so just minor clarification.
And and I just wanted to make the statement for the public that we agree that we do need to look at the salary placement schedule next year and seeing how we can bring experienced teachers in at a bit higher of a rate.
Absolutely. And I think, to be honest with you, Morgan, I truly believe what we've accomplished tonight and over the last couple of sessions is a big step toward that. I think this concept can help us do some of that work going forward. So.
Okay, agreed. We're ready to TA.
You guys have enough copies? Do we need more?
I think we
You
should.
We have
4
2
4
here.
full
Do we just need 2?
unadulterated copies.
Okay, and then we just need the MOUs. Do we have copies of those? All I found was one that I haven't written on. Do you guys have copies of the MOU that you guys passed across, both the hiring for NN and early transfer? So yeah, we have 2 now for NN.
And they're the black and white copies? Because
Yep.
I also
Yep.
have color.
The colored ones are old.
Old.
Yeah, they don't have any changes on them.
Oh, I'm looking at one right now.
Yes.
Which one is it? Is it SJEA counter?
No, the
Counter
St. John's
proposal number
County
2.
School District counter proposal 2. It should be in black and white. So here's 2.
We'll make
We need-
copies if we need it.
Yeah, we just need 1.
Early
Yeah, that's fine.
transfer.
We got it. Okay.
There's 1 early transfer. Oh, here's 1.
We did the NN, what's the one we sending?
We need 1 more NN and 1 more early transfer.
Jen didn't just give you the third NN?
No, that was early transfer. Got. And then
It's like having a deck of cards.
which one can we buy?
And all the clubs together.
Oh, got one. We got it. Yep.
That is early transfer.
Insurance. Part-time remote.
Early transfer, 4 early transfers?
We did 3. I think we had 3.
That's the, yeah,
Those are both our copies.
that one you already signed. You just need to sign that.
That was ours.
You have it.
All right.
Opt-in.
Oh, you did?
We already did. Yep. We got it. So we just need to reconvene Wednesday to hopefully have sick pay that we can sign off on. That's the plan.
Well, we're meeting tomorrow. So we have a couple of meetings scheduled, or a couple of meetings scheduled. You think we'll be in a place by Wednesday?
That is my intention.
So we have an hour tomorrow morning. Okay. So what we could do is pass you what we did last year. We're in the same venue. I don't know. I mean, we have an hour tomorrow morning, right? Roughly. So I think yes, convene, or if we want to keep that date.
What do we think? I was confident that you guys would be done in the hour.
Okay. All right.
So I think we will, yeah, I mean, we'll be quick on Wednesday, do some closing comments, and then I think we're done.
Okay. All right. I will reserve any other comments for Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Signing off.